I got my coffee. I'm ready.
Welcome back to day 3 of the 2025 NMMSS Technical Exchange event. Hope everybody has their coffee.
I do. Right on time.
Perfect.
Yeah, this is like my third cup.
We continue to receive so much positive feedback and questions from the previous 2 days, and where we will be sure to get those questions to the appropriate presenters and get you the answers that you need. One of the main questions I would like to at least address for everybody is that if you've missed a session over the past 2 days, you could go to a YouTube link where you can view the previous recorded content. The YouTube access is available along with the live streaming. The link should be able to be provided within the most recent reminder that was sent out to everybody to join the event.
Yeah. And it's a good thing Alex brought up the questions, they can be submitted anytime throughout the training. But today's really unique because we have an opportunity with a live Q&A coming up this afternoon. So if you have any questions about MC&A, inspection cycles and findings at NRC sites, we will have Noel Petoniak joining us for that session after the 1 o'clock start. But like Alex said, if you have questions for any of the presenters, please submit them and we'll try to get back to you within the 1 business day.
Yeah, perfect. So I guess without further ado, to start us off for the day, we will be turning it over to my co-workers, Jana Konishki and Rob Maglaby, for this morning's session, where we will be providing some insights into the nuclear materials management efforts within the complex. So I guess at this point, we can hand it over to Jana, who is joining us live from the Los Alamos field office. So with that, take it away, Jana.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Maribel. Good morning, all. Warm welcome from sunny Los Alamos. And thank you for the introduction. My name is Jana Kornichny, and I'm part of the ESH 12 team. And this morning, as I said, we have an interesting lineup for you, and hopefully you enjoy it. So I will talk a little bit about the ESH 12 division and how it supports nuclear material managers in the complex. And I will mention I will talk briefly about the nuclear management team and the role of it, and introduce the topics and the speakers for this session. So the Nuclear Material Integration Division is the department's official integration point for all accountable nuclear material and other nuclear materials as specified or deemed necessary by the department. The division facilitates integration of nuclear material management activity across all DOA and NSA elements. It drives the life cycle management of DOE-owned and or managed accountable nuclear materials as required by the Department of Energy Order 410.2. It manages, develops, and operates the State National System of Accounting of Nuclear Materials, the NMMSS, and as required by the Public Law 83703, the Atomic 136 Energy Act of 1954 as amended, and manages the program management, procurement, acquisition, and related activities for defense programs, packaging, and transportation as well, and provides expertise to support other package types impacting nuclear materials management activities. So briefly about the Nuclear Material Management Team. It assists the Nuclear Material Integration Division in effectively integrating the life cycle management of the Department of Energy Nuclear Materials. And that the team serves as an integrating function between sites and aids the development and integration of nuclear material management processes and plans throughout the DOE organizations. The team is responsible for optimizing the production, distribution, and utilization of nuclear material resources. The nuclear material management team supports the DOE in meeting its future national security, non-proliferation, nuclear energy, and science requirements. ESH 12 supports the nuclear material management team. Analysts from the ESH 12, like myself and Alex and Rob, supports nuclear material management team, and we are part of the at the team and that ensures life cycle management of the nuclear material across the DOE elements. ESH approves nuclear material plans and provides funds for the DOE sites to scope, package, move, and dispose of nuclear material. So now briefly, I will explain who will be talking at this session. You already saw the program, but I would like just to highlight a few things from their talks. So as Alex mentioned, Rob Magleby from ESH 12 will be also talking this morning, and he will talk about the Mark 18 Target Recovery Program. He will present the history of the targets at Savannah River National Laboratory and Oak Ridge National Laboratory, leading up to the NAESH involvement. In the program overview, he will cover the materials, applications, and scope of this program. He will explain target processing and needed equipment, and he will elaborate on the next steps for the program. On the other hand, Danielle Turpin from Y12 Field Office will present managing the U.S. uranium inventory, the Y12 Security Complex. She's presenting on the Y12 National Security Complex's mission, scope, and management of our national stockpile of enriched uranium. She will dive into how program liaisons are expected to communicate, resolve, or mediate issues to enable successful and NSA mission execution. Y12 Field Office is responsible for ensuring that the work at Y12 is efficiently and effectively executed. Josh Dean from Tetra Tech will talk about the National Material Archive, use of data from the site material management systems. Josh will take us through the archive. The archive focuses on identifying, collecting, and preserving nuclear materials that represent key stages of the U.S. nuclear fuel cycle. He will explain how nuclear material inventory managers like you can directly contribute. Garrett Moyers will present the Y12 Central Scrap Management Office, and Garrett will cover management of unirradiated uranium scrap recovery and disposition. And he will also manage, he will talk about, the office identifies restrictions and authorized users and uses and recommends and plans disposition of uranium scrap. The Central Scrap Office acts as the liaison between the DOE programs and customers and internal Y12 organizations. So with that, please, I'd like to introduce Rob Magleby as our first speaker. Thank you very much. And as Alex says, please fire up your questions to us and we'll be happy to answer any of your inquiries. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rob Magleby, and I provide federal oversight of the Nuclear Materials Management Team and serve as the Federal Program Manager for the Mark 18 Target Recovery Program. As an NAESH-sponsored effort, the Mark 18 program is the Nuclear Material Integration Division's largest commitment to a single NNMT project to date. Mark 18 is a fitting flagship for the NNMT as it represents the ideal combination of mission-critical work, materials integration, and strategic investment in the future of the DOE NNSA complex. Beyond recovering historically rare and valuable isotopes for use by the government and private sector, this program is reviving experience in plutonium processing for the complex workforce to meet growing mission needs, and it is establishing new capabilities for target and fuel processing that have applications far beyond the Mark 18 targets themselves. This recovery project kicked off over 10 years ago, but the target's history dates back almost 7 decades. Let me walk us through what this presentation will cover today. First, we're going to start off with an overview of the program's main objective. Then we'll step back in time to cover the history of the targets leading up to the beginning of this recovery project. Next, we'll look at the content of the targets to learn about the materials inside, followed by a breakdown of the multiple applications for the recovered isotopes. After that, I'll be walking us through the scope of the program and the equipment and process used to actually separate and recover the material. We'll then conclude with an update on the current status and next steps. This multi-year engineering and research development effort culminates in a new lab-scale processing capability, which meets the need to separate and recover vital Mark 18 products and creates opportunities for additional fuel and target processing, particularly for materials that cannot be feasibly processed anywhere else. Moreover, this mission meets the growing need of establishing a strong workforce in nuclear materials processing. Mark 18 is the Savannah River Site's designation for special target assembly irradiated in K reactor at the Savannah River Site from August 1969 until June 1979. The Mark 18A targets are unique not only in the duration of irradiation, 10 years, but in that for the first 15 months of irradiation, the targets were subject to extremely high neutron flux. That high neutron flux allowed the starting material, comprising about 98% plutonium-242, to produce gram quantities of plutonium-244. The original loading of K reactor was 86 Mark 18 targets, of which 21 targets were removed from the reactor and shipped to the Radiochemical Engineering Development Center at Oak Ridge National Laboratory for processing during the early 1970s. REDC recovered the californium curium, which had significant amounts of 246 and 248 and plutonium. Plutonium was later isotopically purified to create high-assay Pu-244 material, which has been used in a wide range of programs and mass spectroscopy standards. The Pu-244 and heavy curium, curium-246 through 248, used today originated from these 21 Mark 18 targets. The remaining yet unprocessed Mark 18 targets sitting in L Basin are the only source of Pu-244 and heavy curium available today. Heavy curium will be used in ORNL's high-flux isotope reactor to produce californium-252. The primary purpose of this program is to recover these irreplaceable isotopes. As just mentioned, the unprocessed targets contain the world's supply of unseparated Pu-244. This isotope can be used for high-precision material signature identification, and applications include detecting smuggled nuclear materials, sampling for nuclear safeguards and nuclear forensics, and current supplies of Pu-244 are being depleted. This material is economically irreplaceable. The capabilities used to produce Pu-244 were shut down after the Cold War. Future production of Pu-244 is economically unviable. Next, we'll walk through the direct applications that make this material so valuable. This diagram breaks down the initial Mark 18 project, followed by the isotopes production to be carried out at ORNL, with the eventual uses for the isotopes produced at the top. Once the separated heavy curium is used to produce californium-252 at ORNL, a previously established californium consortium will be used to direct the commercial purposes like reactor startup, oil well logging, thickness gauging, fuel rod scanning, materials neutron analysis, education, equipment calibration and testing, and radiation instrument calibration. The isotopes program will use the separated heavy isotopes and plutonium for research and development, which applications include targets for discovery of superheavy elements, chemistry of superheavy elements, training students on radiochemistry, and basic plutonium research and development. Once the Pu-244 is enriched, global nuclear security organizations, including the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Defense, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, can use the isotope for certified reference material, spikes for high-precision plutonium isotopic determinations, and as a standard for post-detonation forensics. Now that the potential applications are understood, let's focus now on the program's specific scope. The Mark 18 program is funded by NAESH-12 at SRNL and ORNL, and before processing the rods can begin, the following steps have to be completed or planned out. It requires the design and building of an on-site transport cask to move the targets from L basin to SR and L, as well as designing the building of shielded cell equipment to cut the targets, dissolve, filter, ion exchange, oxidize the AMCAM product, package and remove from the shielded cells, the stand-up of a cold test mock-up facility, and the standing up of shielded cells capability. Shipment of PU oxide in 9977 containers to ORNL, and shipment of the AMCAM oxide in Type A containers to ORNL. Ongoing research and development to evaluate and improve all unit operations as needed. A documented safety analysis and technical safety requirements revision. A facility self-assessment, as well as contractor and DOE readiness assessments. Fortunately, as of today, all but the final DOE readiness assessment have already been completed. Let's consider the contents of the rods themselves. The remaining 65 Mark 18 targets contain about 400 grams of mixed isotope plutonium, with approximately 22 grams of plutonium-244 and roughly 500 grams of heavy curium. These targets were resized and overpacked into J cans, each consisting of 2 concentric vented tubes. The total height of the outer J can is 14 feet, and the outer diameter is about 5.5 inches. This large size is one of the first logistical problems to be solved in order for the targets to be processed in the space-confined hot cells. Let's talk through how that process starts. Individual targets can be loaded into the Mark 18 shipping cask in L basin. The target bundle is then delivered to SRNL in the Mark 18A shipping cask, which consists of a shielded cask and the structural frame. The shielded cask is removed from its frame with a 10-ton gantry crane and placed on the cask receipt table. The receipt table was designed to allow placement of the shielded cask at a position away from the cell wall, removal of the cask's shield plugs, movement of the cask to a position in contact with the cell insert, and pushing the target bundle into the cell for resizing with the cutter system. A rigid chain pushes the bundle containing the target element through the cell insert, which contains shielding and a port with multiple seals that maintain confinement. The bundle is too long to put into the cell at one time, so it will be cut into manageable quarters as it enters the cell. Here's a better view of the cask and receipt table. These photographs depict the cask and trailer loaded and ready to transport the cask and how it's ready to transport and the cask's arrival at the hot cell facility. Now we are in the hot cell facility. This model allows us to see inside each cell's layout. Cell 7 is used for cask receipt and cutting the rods into manageable 16-inch quarters. Cutting is conducted with a reciprocating saw with water flowing during the cutting process to minimize the generation of aluminum fines. Each quarter will undergo a 2-step dissolution process. Cell 9 is where the chemical separations take place via a 2-step ion exchange system. See the gravity-fed standpipes for each system in Cell 9. The NCAM product will be calcined between Cell 8 and 9 and will be removed out of the back of Cell 9 via a bagless transfer process. Here are some photographs of the actual hot cells that were illustrated in the previous slide. All of the equipment needed for processing the Mark 18 targets has been installed and tested in the SRNL shielded cells facility. These 3 cells are dedicated to Mark 18 processing for the duration of the project until all 65 targets have been processed. Next, the AMCAM product will then get transferred to a vial and prepared for packaging via bagless transfer system. This BTS is a robotic arm system that uses 3 primary functions to safely transfer and package the AMCAM oxide product from each quarter target. This consists of brazing, cutting, and loading into the final package for shipment using specific modules with the robotic arm. In the brazing step, the vial containing the AMCAM product is placed into a bagless transfer can inside a bell jar housed under argon. The transfer can then be brazed, and the brazed can containing the vial is cut and then placed into a certified special form capsule. The certified special form capsule is then to be placed in a modified S300, a DOT-compliant Type A package, and then shipped to ORNL. These activities needed to recover plutonium and curium from the Mark 18 targets are shown in this flow sheet. Note the red border that shows which steps happen within the shielded cells, and the green steps denote how the material enters or exits the shielded cells in the process. The efforts documented in this presentation are the culmination of many years of work for SRNL and ORNL to safely get ready for processing Mark 18 targets. This work could not have happened without the support of large cross-section of expertise within Savannah River National Laboratory, the Savannah River site, and Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Each unit operation has been tested to validate the baseline flow sheet, and all packaging and transportation activities have been approved to ensure safe operations. Cold runs have been successfully completed, and final readiness activities are underway, paving the way for the first target to be received at SRNL in the coming months. We look forward to reporting on the progress of post-startup productions at next year's meeting. For more information about the Mark 18 Target Recovery Program, please feel free to contact me. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Danielle Turpin, and I work as a Nuclear Materials Management and Nuclear Nonproliferation Program Liaison for NNSA's Y-12 Field Office. Today, I will be presenting on the Y-12 National Security Complex's mission scope and management of our nation's stockpile of enriched uranium. To start, I'd like to go over some brief Y-12 history. Y-12 was built during the Manhattan Project over 18 months in 1943 to 1945 as a site to enrich uranium for nuclear weapons. At the end of 1945, the site comprised 175 buildings and 1,152 calutrons, which were used to electromagnetically separate uranium-235 from uranium-238. In the end, Y-12 produced enough uranium, about 64 kgs, to create the atomic weapon Little Boy, which was dropped on Hiroshima, Japan on August 6, 1945. World War II ended shortly after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima via Little Boy and Nagasaki via Fat Man on September 2, 1945. After World War II, the nation's weapons-grade uranium enrichment mission shifted from Y-12 to K-25 in the Portsmouth gaseous diffusion plant, as gaseous diffusion was a more efficient method to enrich uranium. After World War II and during the Cold War, Y-12's mission evolved from uranium enrichment to manufacturing components for thermonuclear weapon testing and deployment, developing precision machining facilities and capabilities, working with special materials for weapons, and separation of stable isotopes for medical, industrial, and agricultural purposes, as well as specialty work for NASA and prototype work for the Navy. Today, Y-12's mission is comprised of nuclear deterrence, global security, and naval reactor efforts. Nuclear deterrence efforts include assembly and disassembly of weapons, stockpiling components, dismantling excess components, as well as quality evaluation, surveillance, and assurance of weapons or components. Global security efforts include materials management and minimization, non-proliferation research and development, as well as arms control, and global materials security. While naval reactor efforts provide fuel for the United States Navy for nuclear propulsion. As a direct result of this work scope, Y-12 is the location of 4 centers of excellence for our nation: weapon assembly and disassembly, uranium, lithium, and special nuclear material security. As I mentioned earlier, I work for NNSA's Y-12 Field Office. NNSA is a distributed enterprise that consists of programmatic elements, functional elements, and field offices. Field offices are an integral part of the NNSA enterprise as they provide direct oversight of federal sites. At Y-12, YFO administers the site's management and operating, or M&O, contract and performs oversight of the M&O contractor's work. Oversight by a field office program liaison, people like me, consists of operational awareness, monitoring, integration, and evaluation activities. Through these activities, program liaisons are expected to communicate, resolve, or mediate issues to enable successful NNSA mission execution. Ultimately, YFO is responsible for ensuring that the work at Y12 is efficiently and effectively executed with high quality while ensuring safety, security, and the protection of people and the environment. Together, YFO and the Y12 M&O contractor manage our nation's existing supply of enriched uranium. As you all are well aware, the United States is not currently enriching uranium past the power reactor enrichment grade, approximately 5%. Most of our nation's enriched uranium supply was produced for use in nuclear weapons, so it should come as no surprise that one of Y12's many efforts is to dismantle nuclear canned subassemblies and harvest materials like uranium for recycling. Y12 is the only place in the United States with these capabilities. YFO and the Y12 management and operating contractor manage the enriched uranium inventory in collaboration with NNSA's Office of Defense Programs, NA-10, Office of Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation, NA-20, and Office of Nuclear Materials Integration Division, NAESH-12, as well as DOE Office of Science, DOE Office of Nuclear Energy, and other stakeholders. As part of our management of enriched uranium, Y12 has very specialized uranium processing capabilities. These processes include casting enriched uranium into items like logs or plates. We also machine uranium by various methods like drilling samples, cutting via bandsaw, rolling, milling, pressing, forming, turning, and lathing. At Y12, we complete analysis for isotopes using thermal ionization mass spectrometry, as well as analysis for impurities using LIGO or mass spectrometry methods. Analysis for radioisotopes using alpha, beta, or gamma counting, and analysis for moisture using the Carl Fisher analysis method. Y12 can also complete radiography of items for defects like porosity. At Y12, we pack material into primary containers, which then go into shipping containers and are transported via secured trucks, either intra-site or inter-site for NNSA purposes. Y12 is also responsible for the storage of enriched uranium. Our highly enriched uranium materials facility, or HUMF, is affectionately nicknamed the Fort Knox of uranium. We safely store material in drums or rackable canned storage boxes throughout our vaults. Having gone through some, not all, of the uranium processing capabilities at Y12, you may ask, how does one go about getting uranium from the stockpile? It all starts with a quick email to your local YFO Materials Management Program Liaison, Mihaela Reap, for more information. Mihaela is the subject matter expert for uranium contracting. Our typical uranium contracting process is as follows. The customer begins inquiry and reaches out to the NNSA. An expression of interest form, or EOI form, is sent out to the customer, who fills it out and sends it back to YFO. YFO reviews the EOI and submits the screened EOI to the appropriate NNSA program office for allotment and approval. A cost proposal is then developed and provided to the customer. If they agree, the customer issues a letter of intent to purchase, at which point contracting or an agreement between the customer and NNSA initiates. Once the contract is finalized, NNSA executes the contractor agreement. One important caveat to this process is that only licensed and NNSA-approved users can receive uranium. Examples of customers include domestic and foreign research reactors, universities, national laboratories, NASA, and the Department of Defense. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. I thank you for your attention and ask that you refer any questions to Alex Ziegler at alexandra.ziegler@nnsa.doe.gov.
All questions. And welcome. I'm glad you're joining me today as we explore the National Nuclear Material Archive, what it is, why it matters, and how nuclear material inventory managers like you can directly contribute. Whether you're hearing about the NMA for the first time or are just looking to better understand your possible role, this presentation is for you. I'm Josh Dean. Let's get started. The NMMA program is now part of a broader initiative known as the MAP program, short for Materials Analysis Program. In 2024, the NMMA was merged with the Nuclear Forensics Material Analysis Program, previously called NFMAP, which itself evolved from the Bulk Special Nuclear Materials Analysis Program. Together, MAP and the NMMA bring analytical strength and specimen preservation into one coordinated program. The NMMA focuses on identifying, collecting, and preserving nuclear materials that represent key stages of the U.S. nuclear fuel cycle. These specimens provide critical reference points for forensic investigations. The NMMA isn't a new concept. It's rooted in national policy and has grown steadily. It was first mandated by NSPD 48 and HSPD 17 in 2006, added forensic capability in 2017, and was included in the 2018 and 2022 Nuclear Posture Reviews. Our first program plan was issued in 2020. The goal has always been consistent: to build a trusted nuclear materials archive that supports forensic attribution and national security efforts. The archive's mission is to preserve specimens that support pre-detonation investigations and responses to materials found outside of regulatory control. Each specimen undergoes rigorous analysis to confirm its origin, processing history, and radiological characteristics. And once preserved, the material is stored in a way that ensures it remains unchanged except for natural radiological decay, so that it can be reliably referenced at any time in the future. The process includes 5 essential steps: identify specimens of forensic interest, nominate them for consideration, collect and subsample them, analyze them in certified labs, and preserve them for long-term future use. This cycle ensures that every specimen in the archive has a complete, traceable, and valuable forensic profile. Identification starts at DOE sites with people like you. Each site plays a role in identifying specimens that are considered forensically valuable. We use structured collection catalogs that define material types, historical time periods, production processes, and production sites. These help guide what we're looking for and ensure consistency across the archive. When a material meets the criteria, it's formally nominated for acceptance. U.S. origin and international origin materials are tracked separately, but both are essential to the archive. As inventory managers, your familiarity with your site's material is key. You understand what's typical, what's well documented, and what could make a strong forensic reference sample. Screening is conducted using the NMMA collection catalogs. These are designed to reduce effort by aligning with information already maintained in nuclear materials management systems. Nomination pathways exist for DOE origin materials and non-DOE origin materials. Once a specimen is accepted, we work toward collecting a defined target amount, enough to support long-term preservation and future analyses. In the graphic shown here, you can see examples of specimen exemplars in various states along the preservation process. Some of these are placeholders, reserved slots in the archive that await suitable materials. Others have received nominated materials, but haven't yet gone through sampling and analysis. And some exemplars have already been fully analyzed by one of our analyzing sites. This visual is a powerful snapshot of the archive in action. It illustrates not only where individual records stand in the process, but also how we strategically plan and track our analysis goals from start to finish. We periodically identify designated materials based on national priorities and strategic needs. These materials help fill specific gaps in our archive and are prioritized for collection and analysis. This designation process ensures that our archive remains focused and relevant to emerging forensic challenges. After acceptance, it's the site's responsibility to collect, prepare, and package the material. We'll provide the guidelines, but the site ensures that the specimen is properly labeled, subsampled, and safely shipped. Quantity is important, enough for analysis and preservation, but not in excess. Target specimen sizes, as well as sample sizes, are predetermined and are based on the material type, the type of analysis being performed, and the site that will complete the analysis. All activity is coordinated with the program manager, and the details of each specimen are tracked using yearly site schedules and multi-year plans. Specimens are then sent to DOE laboratories, Los Alamos National Lab, Lawrence Livermore National Lab, Oak Ridge National Lab, and Pacific Northwest National Lab, where they undergo high-precision analyses. These tests help confirm the production process, identify manufacturing techniques, and define forensic signatures. Each analysis adds valuable data to our records and improves our natural forensic attribution capabilities. Once analyzed, the materials are preserved for the life of the program, currently set at 100 years. Preservation takes place at designated sites like Oak Ridge National Lab, Y12, and Los Alamos National Lab. The storage configuration maintains the specimen's forensic signature and allows for reanalysis in the future, particularly if an unknown material is discovered and needs comparison. How can you help? The NMMA depends on your knowledge of your materials. We're not asking for rare or unique items. We're looking for the typical, well-documented specimens that reflect routine production. These are the materials that build the most robust reference archive. If you think your site has candidate materials, please contact us. We'll walk you through the nomination and collection process. If you're interested in getting involved, or even if you're just curious, reach out to any of the contacts listed here. We're ready to support you and answer your questions. Thank you for your attention and your time today. The National Nuclear Material Archive is a cornerstone of our nuclear forensics capability, and with your help, we can ensure it accurately reflects the breadth of the U.S. nuclear fuel cycle. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. My name is Garrett Moyers. I'm the Y12 Central Scrap Management Office, or SISMO for short, Program Manager. And we'll just jump right in. Today I'm going to go over SISMO and what it is, provide some general overview on the roles and responsibility of the program, as well as get into the external receipt process flow, focusing on how materials get from their initial destination to Y12 throughout this process. And additionally, materials that get here, what disposition paths we work with and what factors are involved in decision making. Also rolled up in the SISMO program is the Precious Metals program and Foreign Obligations and Forest Materials. So just a quick overview. SISMO was established in 1971 by DOE with the main goal of providing a centralized management team for unirradiated uranium scrap. So this was thought to be a central group that had a set of procedures and focusing on receiving material in a regular process. So you can think of it as being a liaison between the customer or the shipper and the receiver Y12, as well as any other DOE or commercial entities that are trying to package, shipment, and receive materials at Y12. Additionally, throughout that process, SISMO provides technical assistance to the customers. This could involve packaging questions, shipping questions, acceptance criteria, radiological concerns, whatever is needed in the shipment. And lastly, supports NNSA and consolidation de-inventory efforts, which we'll touch on later with the disposition options. Mentioned scrap. For those of you that don't know what scrap is, it is unirradiated material that is not usable in its existing form. This can be several different types of material, typically uranium for what we receive here, and it's material that requires some form of chemical recovery or treatment to make it useful and be able to be used in an active recovery process. While scrap is the primary focus of SISMO, it also supports other nuclear materials and serves as the custodian and steward for different programs to receive and store material that may not be going to a recovery process, but have a programmatic use and are involved with an active program. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on these next two slides. I wanted to focus on kind of the external receipt process that we use when we receive material here at Y12. So the process starts with some type of unirradiated scrap or program-specific material being requested to ship and be stored at Y12. So the involved parties with this would be obviously the shipping facility, and in some cases their field office. This would be the site that's wanting to send the material. And then that liaison is SISMO, where we come in to be the go-between between that side and the internal groups at Y12. And those internal groups are the receiving facilities, processing facilities, and storage facilities, and any of the other groups between those facilities. So how do we track this material documentation-wise? Well, when we begin working with the facility, we'll work with them to develop a packaging plan. We'll provide them a scrap declaration, which we'll get into in a second, where we let them know what type of information is needed and work with them to determine maybe the best shipping container, inner packaging, how it's packaged, what materials are used, security, seals, tamper indicating devices on shipping containers, and any concerns with radiological limits or weights, all of that stuff will be kind of worked through in that packaging plan stage. We'll take that information and do sort of a preliminary check with our storage facility to just get a quick approval on, hey, we have this material, it's coming in, this is how we plan to package it. Are there any issues up front? So that stage usually catches a lot of concerns right away and serves as a good kind of initial check. So from there, we'll work with the site to populate a scrap declaration, which is the main set of forms that SISMO uses to collect all data associated with a shipment. This information includes POC information on the site, some history and background, shipping containers, inner containers, and material data, radiological and weights, as well as a radiation status and some other information, all directed at the material and how it's packaged. So if you need to find any information on the material, this would be the set of forms to use. It's also used in our internal review process, where once it's populated from the site with whatever assistance is needed, we can send that form to all the programs involved in the approval process. And that translates to the shipment summary, which is a summarized version of the scrap declaration that instead of 2 pages, it's 2 pages that specifically focuses on the key details of the material and packaging. This will have final weights and has been verified by Y12 and the shipping facility. It will also be provided to the facility for their records and filing. Then in conjunction with this approval process, there's another office involved that designates authorization to ship for the facility, called the PRL office, the Product Return Liaison office. After the shipment summary has been approved, will translate to the PRL office that allows authorization to ship to the facility. So this is the last step of Y12 providing approval to the facility that we are okay to receive, and no other signatures or approvals are needed. And that's just completed by authorization to ship, or RAS form, that's populated by either Y12 or the facility, depending on the shipment. And from there, we'll move on to transportation. There can be different instances on who the shipper of record is. That likely depends on what type of facility it is. If it's a DOE facility or a university or other educational facility, will kind of dictate that. This chart gives a good idea on how the process I just explained correlates. No 2 shipments are alike. So this process is, I guess, a standard pathway and is edited slightly with each return, but it all follows the same general guidelines. The blue blocks you see there are actions that the shipper completes, and the red ones are key points where some type of approval is needed before it can proceed to the next step. And the green boxes there represent SISMO's role. I mentioned the difference in DOE sites and educational facilities. A lot of the times with universities, they might not have the same type of standards that DOE sites have. So a lot of the blue boxes will transition into green, where SISMO will help populate declaration forms, collect data, and package material in some cases. Just depends on the capabilities of the facility. And then once that material is here on site, we actively work to locate disposition paths for that material. As a general rule, SISMO does not receive known waste, but after material is received, things can change, and after a decade or so, that material can be determined or deemed as waste at that point. So we would work to waste the material in that circumstance. But the factors that sort of dictate what disposition route is pursued is, of course, the availability of recovery facilities, whether that be internal to Y12 or throughout the complex, costs, funding, and limitations on available and usable nuclear material. Throughout even the last decade, there's been several changes on what material is desired, and that seems to change every decade or so. So we keep up with that to kind of dictate what material might have priority over other based off that. And as more of a internal and external disposition path, we pursue commercial recovery to which supports YFO and contracting efforts and reduces DP backlog. Also storage and recovery. So I mentioned that there's two sort of types of material, scrap and programmatic material. The programmatic material is stored, whether short-term or long-term, for future processing campaigns. This would be material that has maybe it has a use in the future, but not currently. So that material will be stored until whatever processing activity is active. And lastly, I mentioned the waste process. When material comes, it's not labeled as waste, but as it sits, sometimes it does transition into that. And with that case, we just follow a direct disposal route, and we go through the PVD or programmatic value determination process through NMMSS or Duke Material Integration Division through to see if there's any demand or interest in that material before it's wasted. The pictures you see over here fall under the storage and recovery, or the commercial recovery path, where these are excess NU slugs that were returned from university, and this material is not associated with any active project. In some cases, it's considered orphaned material. And a separate program here at Y12 is responsible for maintaining this type of material, orphan material. So it was DOE owned and returned in several different shipments from several different sites to Y12. You see here, this was a shipment received a few years ago from the University of Cincinnati of about 2,500 kgs of these slugs. And that material was stored, and we bid a contract to a local subcontract or two local subcontractors and created a recovery process where all the uranium is sent to the facility. The aluminum cladding is stripped off and casted into this large block of pure NU. That block is then sheared into plates and cut into 2x2 billets, and it's returned back to Y12 to be used in an active downblending project. So that's just one way how the recovery route can be completed. Okay, and like I said, additional to SISMO falls Precious Metals, which is the DOE Business Center for Precious Metal Sales and Recovery, which is a recycling program that is the central broker for precious metals across DOE facilities. So its main responsibility is to recover precious metals from non-rad scrap and equipment and refine that and make that available to DOE at no cost. So by reusing the precious metals, the Business Center can reduce the amount of precious metals purchased on the open market, as well as limit the liability and costs associated with the disposal of those metals. The reutilization of precious metals means millions of dollars in saving to DOE and ultimately the American taxpayer. And lastly, foreign obligations and foreign materials. This group coordinates and tracks foreign obligation, foreign material on Y12 related activities and assists in all the planning, receipt, and processing of foreign material. As far as its connection to SISMO, some of the returns I mentioned earlier were domestic, but SISMA also receives several or multiple foreign shipments on an annual basis. And this foreign obligations group reviews all of the receipt requests to assign obligations, peaceful use restrictions, and project numbers. So it looks like I've gone over a little bit on time, so I'm going to finish it up there. Thank you all for tuning in, and if you have any questions or we need to go back to any other slides, feel free to chime in. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. I have received a recent question that it's from yesterday following Seth Maddox and Brandon Zach. We had a question come into the NMMSS mailbox, and they said that they were having trouble with the Foreign Obligation Code reporting on their material status report submission. And they asked if we could further help explain these codes. And we would like to, with the NMMSS analyst, they provided some more insight for you, saying that there are separate foreign obligation codes for transaction reporting on the DOE NRC Form 741 and for the material balance reporting on the DOE NRC 742. The numeric codes used on transactions do not align with the numeric and alphanumeric codes used on the material balance form. If you need a crosswalk of the most up-to-date transaction codes and material balance codes for the foreign obligations, you can always reach out to the NMMSS mailbox, and they'll always have the most recent one for you guys to use.
And if you have access to the NRC library, there's also the new reg instructions for reporting to the Form 741 and the Form 742C and 742. Those new regs contain a list of the codes as well, and you'll see they're different if you're reporting obligations on a transaction versus when you do your inventory. So there's another resource for you to check if you want to make sure that you have the right codes in your system.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, this morning for covering the nuclear material management session. Thank you to Daniel Turpin and to Garrett Moyers and to Rob Magleby and Jana, of course. And Josh Dean, you amazing job, everyone. So with that, I think that we will leave you to the lunch break.
We'll be back here, I believe at 1 o'clock. And as we mentioned, we will have a live Q&A after Noel's presentation at 1 o'clock. So tune in then, and we'll give you more information about asking questions in the follow-up.
See you all then. Welcome back from the lunch break on our day 3. Hope you guys all had the nice time to take a break and joining us for our session on MCNA inspection lessons. I would like to send a reminder to everybody that for everybody that was recognized on Monday to be able to get their certificates of excellence in reporting. A link will be going out to you shortly so that you'll be able to have that on record. So if you'd want to go over.
Sure.
Yeah.
So for this session, we asked one of our Region 2 inspectors, Noel Petoniak, to give us a presentation on some of the trends that they're seeing out of Region 2 with respect to inspecting fuel cycle facilities. You may have heard that term smarter inspections in the past, and there's like an interest towards efficiencies and risk significance in inspection reviews. So we'll have the opportunity to touch on that. So we're going to air the presentation, and then following the presentation, Noel will be available for Q&A. We'll ask that if you're interested in asking a question at that time, you can put your camera on or off, it doesn't matter. Just use the raise hand feature, and we will do our best to move through and give everyone an opportunity to ask a question. So first with Noel's presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Noel Petoniak. I'm with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission out of the Region 2 office in Atlanta. And today I'm taking the opportunity to showcase a little bit of what the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission MCNA program entails. Part of today's topics will include the organization, the MCNA basics of the NRC, some of the inspection basics and the initiatives that we've undertaken, and some challenges and trends in MCNA. Start with organization. Although the NRC is broken into 4 geographic regions out of areas of Philadelphia, Atlanta, Chicago, and Dallas, and typically is limited by reactor inspections and oversight in those 4 geographic areas, there are functional areas that the NRC undertakes. In this case, all of the NRC regulated fuel cycle facility inspections are governed and regulated out of the Region 2 office in Atlanta. As you can see by the graph here, some of the areas we go to include enrichment facilities, fabrication facilities, even some laboratory sites. Looking at the overall NRC MCNA organization, starts at the top with the NRC headquarters in Rockville, Maryland, under the Division of Nuclear Materials Safety and Safeguards, NMSS. That flows down into the Division of Fuel Management, DFM, which is also located at the NRC headquarters in Rockville, Maryland. Under that, the branch chief is the Material Control and Accounting Branch. Branch chief is Diane Jackson. Flowing down to the regional activities then is under a new reorganization. It used to be the Division of Fuel Facility Inspection, is known as DIFI. As of October, that has been reorganized. It now is known as the Division of Fuels, Radiological Safety and Security, also known as DIFRS. Unique aspect of the new reorganization from DIFI to DIFRS is the incorporation of the Nuclear Security Branch and the Radiological Safety Branch. This becomes important as you look at the MCNA aspects, which I'll talk about in a moment, has to deal with 10 CFR Part 74, which is the Material Control and Accounting requirements. Also has to deal with 10 CFR Part 73, which is physical security. Previously, physical security had been done outside the division in coordinated activity with some of the reactor inspections. Now it's actually folded into the differs division. So we have a direct correlation to the physical security aspects along with the material control and accounting aspects. A unique initiative at the NRC Region 2 office in Atlanta is what is known as Communities of Practice, or COPs. It was an initiative that we in Atlanta used to create centers of excellence, basically with a core of subject matter experts. We felt that there was a need with some of the experience that we had on some of the inspector activities and some of the new personnel that were coming in to leverage off some of that knowledge management transfer that we had. To do that, we decided that the COPs would be established in certain areas, and basically that would be the center of excellence, that if questions arose on those topics, you could go to that cadre of personnel to discuss it or get answers or clarification. Some of the COPs established in Region 2 were the MCNA, Material Control and Accounting, NCS is Nuclear Criticality Safety, RPEP, Radiation Protection and Emergency Preparedness, Information Security, basically classified material, and Fire Protection, FP. Under the MCNA COP, it's a very small group of personnel. It's coordinated between Region 2 in Atlanta and the NRC headquarters in Rockville, Maryland. And as I mentioned, resources, there aren't a lot of people. However, very unique aspect of the personnel that are in these in this COP. A lot of regulatory experience between those personnel. Also a lot of industry experience. Personnel that are involved have experience in as working as part of the license facility under enrichment facilities, fabrication facilities. In addition, we have personnel that have been previous licensed senior reactor operators at reactor sites in the industry, and then a background knowledge of Navy nuclear power. Additionally, we've got a very unique aspect that we've got an international piece of it. Several personnel in the COP have experience with IAEA rotations and assignments. Some of the unique aspects of the COP then are it's utilized to discuss inspection or license actions that are coming up, keeps everybody informed as far as anything that's coming long-term or short-term from licensees, and may need assistance as far as like inspection activities or licensed personnel that may have to go to site. Different questions, requests for information from the licensees can be clarified. Walkdowns on site can be conducted. In addition, the training and qualifications are discussed, and the availability and opportunity to attend those classes and what those availability may be, which I'll talk about a little later on. Next topic to talk about would be the NRC's MCNA Basics, and this is the foundation of the program. As I mentioned, and most of the other programs too, the MCNA is designed to detect the theft, loss, or diversion of S&M, special nuclear material, and aid in the recovery and investigation of material. The guidance, as I mentioned, was 10 CFR 74, and that is a requirement that the licensees must have a fundamental nuclear material control plan. That control plan will outline the requirements and procedural aspects of 10 CFR Part 74. I did mention that also 10 CFR Part 73 physical security is an important aspect of the MCNA program. Unfortunately, most of the information and the details of the information will be held at either a classified or an OUO SRI security related information aspect if details are discussed. The last portion then is the inspection manual chapter. IMC 2683 is the governing document for the MCNA program, and that is official use only security related information. Talk about the different fuel cycle facility categories. We throw these terms around sometimes, and you may not have heard them or understand them in the industry, but we throw around Cat 1, Cat 2, and Cat 3. Basically, as just easy term to remember then, Cat 1 are the high enriched uranium facilities, which there are 2 that are NRC licensed facilities, one being at BWXT Lynchburg, Virginia facility, and the Nuclear Fuel Services facility in Irwin, Tennessee. Unique aspect then would be the category 2, which would be material enriched greater than 10%, but to less than 20% enrichment. That had not been used for quite a while, or been categorized for quite a while, since the gas diffusion plants terminated operations back approximately 2012 timeframe at Paducah and Portsmouth gas diffusion plants. Just recently, we've had to resurrect some of those procedures, dust those off to be able to implement a new Category 2 facility at the American Centrifuge Plant, ACP, which is a Centrus Corporation plant located in Piketon, Ohio. Also, we have the Category 3 facilities, which are utilized material enriched to less than 10%. Those are our typical commercial fuel fabrication facilities at Global Nuclear Fuels in Wilmington, North Carolina, Framatome in Richland, Washington, Westinghouse in Columbia, South Carolina, and the enrichment facility at the Louisiana Energy Services, also known as LES, Urenco in Hobbs, New Mexico. Looking at the inspection basics for what the NRC inspects for MCNA. In 2020, the NRC embarked on what was known as the Smarter Inspection Program, or the SIP. That program was designed to improve efficiencies in inspection planning, execution, and documentation, looking, number one, at risk-informed inspections. Obviously, you get the biggest bang for the buck. Those that have a higher risk get more focus and attention during the inspection activities. Also looking at performance-based inspections, looking more at results-driven activities from the site, and actually looking at the activities on site on a day-to-day basis. The objective of the program was to eliminate redundancy and overlap in inspection activities, or identify any gaps that needed to be filled. The results are documented in our inspection manual chapter 2600 under Appendix Bravo, and that is available publicly. That documents the different areas of responsibility for inspections of all areas, not just MCNA, and then defines what the periodicity and the number of hours expected to be performed. NRC is in the process of collecting documentation on the effectiveness of the Smarter Inspection Program. Looking at the NRC MCNA inspection requirements specifically, for Category 1 facilities, MCNA inspections are conducted semi-annually at the sites with a triennial observation, which we actually go on site and look at activities being performed. In addition, for Category 2 is broken down into 2 different areas. One would be a Category 2 fabrication facility, which would have annual inspections and quadrennial observations, and enrichment facilities, which would be a biennial inspection requirement and quadrennial observation. In addition, we also have the Cat 3, which includes both the fabrication and enrichment facilities with a biennial inspection requirement and a quadrennial observation. Looking at some of our challenges and trends. Current challenges we have identified as under-resources. As I think everybody has experienced, the pandemic caused disruption in some of the training available to both government agencies and industry. The problem that the NRC has is the NRC doesn't have a formal training program internal. Everything that is related to MCNA training aspects are external to the NRC. Some of those important areas then would be the Department of Energy's National Training Center in Albuquerque, New Mexico, contractor-led courses. For an example, some of the courses that we've taken up at Los Alamos, and then the National Nuclear Security Administration, NNSA training courses. That's been invaluable to the NRC right now. And I'd like to give a plug to Amy Whitworth at NNSA. Really has been a lifesaver for trying to keep the MCNA qualifications up to speed and staffed at the NRC. It's been difficult during the pandemic to try to get those and resurrect some of the previous MCNA training programs through DOE, and Amy's group at NNSA has really been a lifesaver for us to help kind of fast track our personnel into some of those areas. The difficulty you see is under the second part, which says inspector qualification. Right now, it takes approximately 2 years to get an inspector qualified for MCNA at the NRC. We currently have 4 actively qualified inspectors in the DIFRS division out of Region 2 in Atlanta. Note though, out of those 4 personnel, 3 have been qualified within the previous 18 months. So again, with the 2-year qualification pipeline, that's difficult to replace individuals, which then comes to, we've had 4 personnel transfer within the previous 5 years. So we've been resource constrained a little bit, combined with the pandemic, to try to keep staffed up to an adequate level. Some of the technical challenges outside the resources would be some of the new technologies. Looking what we have on the horizon, then the Category 1 facilities and the Category 3 facilities that the NRC regulates have been established for quite a while, and has become very established in what needs to be inspected, what kind of operations are performed. But looking at some of the new technologies down the road, we're looking at advanced reactors, including those having to deal with molten salt reactors, advanced gas reactors, and the small modular reactors, SMRs. Being that their designs are different, their utilization is different, their fuel is different, that brings about new challenges with the material control and accounting aspects of how it will be counted, stored, maintained, monitored. And a lot of that is still in the works right now, under discussions as to what would be the most effective and efficient way to do that. I know our headquarters personnel have been quite involved recently with some of the molten salt reactor type activities and questions that is coming from some of our industry counterparts. Also, some of the new technologies has to deal with fuel cycle. Some of the new fuel type things revolve around the HALEU, the high assay, low enriched uranium type fuel, coming in different forms, and how it's actually developed and utilized, again, brings new challenges on how the material control and accounting should be done, and unique aspects of all those different type of facilities that may come. And another example would be a medical isotope production. Brings a whole new challenge. Is again, it's regulated activities that have to be monitored through licenses, and how that's going to be tracked, monitored, and coordinated to maintain control and identification of that nuclear material. Some of the current technologies and facilities that have become challenges then are facility expansions and projects. Facilities that have been well established are undergoing some unique activities that utilize some of the newer technologies previously discussed, and actually putting into existing facilities, repurposing facilities possibly. In addition, we're looking at some of that new technology has driven a little bit of the activities to change a little bit, possibly with like potential enrichment limit changes. That brings a whole new set of challenges to nuclear criticality safety, material control aspects, and such. Looking at some of the trends we had, and again, I don't want to go into details because that would actually increase the level of classification possibly, or limit the amount of information that can be made publicly available. But back in the 2016 through 2018 timeframe, there was quite a trend in material accumulation events at some of the NRC licensed facilities, including areas such as wet scrubbers, desiccant vessels, glove box filters. What was seen on there was sometimes incorrect assumptions were made about the composition of the material in a non-conservative fashion. Also, some of the safety basis was removed. And I bring that up as the safety basis, whereas system components or design may have been changed and lost over the years, causing material accumulation buildup where the testing of certain facilities or pieces of equipment or surveys were either not conducted or were inadequate. In some of the cases where maybe glove box filters didn't seal properly, material could have a bypass path to accumulate in a downstream piping system. That downstream piping system may end up in a piece of equipment that was sealed off or not listed as a point to be monitored or surveyed. The other item, looking at a trend, would be the item monitoring program. And in that case, all of the facilities are common in that they have an item monitoring program. Different facilities may have a process monitoring, which the Category 1 facilities have a requirement for processing material. Basically, their actual configuration may change throughout the process from point A to point B. However, the item monitoring remains consistent regardless of the type of facility, whether it's Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3, or whether it's an enrichment facility or it's a fabrication facility. Therefore, it's not unexpected to find some of the bulk of the MCNA issues and deficiencies fall into the item monitoring area. In that case, some of the deficiencies that we've seen are the documentation of processing material. In several cases, material was taken from an item configuration, gone through a processing at a facility, and not accurately or timely recorded that it was processed, causing some confusion later on when somebody else came to process that same material and found out that a container possibly was empty at that point because it had already been processed, but it wasn't documented anywhere. Caused a lot of time, confusion, and investigation of the issue to resolve. Another issue had to deal with tamper indicating devices, TID deficiencies. And in that case, again, because of the bulk of activities of item monitoring, it's not unexpected. But some of the similar aspects at different sites have been controlling access to the TIDs, that some of the unissued control keys that were not controlled properly by supervisors, TIDs that maybe were in accessible locations that didn't have a lock or preventing device on them. Another issue we identified was TID application. In certain cases, the TID was improperly placed on a container, and the container was able to be opened without damaging and making it clear that the tamper seal had been cut, or in this case, that it wasn't affected at all based on the location that it was applied. Also, the inventory of TIDs, the unissued ones. Looking at those is to ensure that you're controlling those ones that have not been issued yet, so that they can't be utilized for a substitution type activity of material. And again, I'd like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to discuss a little bit what the NRC does and how we're organized. Again, with NMMS, sometimes the NRC has a very small footprint, and even in the case of our own licensees, there isn't a good appreciation or understanding of the organization throughout the inspection activities and the license activities and the coordination. And important to understand that both licensing and inspection activities are coordinated between the regions and headquarters. So we can, again, try to remove some of the redundancy and inefficiencies when actions need to be taken. And with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
So Alex and I were having a little bit of an animated conversation in the background about some questions that came up. We were interested in like the differences between maybe some of the things we heard from Noel and what we might be hearing about with DOE's presentation. So Noel, I hope you get some good questions in that realm. I think I'll kick it off and then we'll take it to the audience. Folks in the audience, if you want to ask a question, you could just raise your hand. I see Michelle's already doing that, so we'll get to you next. I have a pretty silly question almost, Noel, but I think some people want to know, why are the fuel cycle facility inspections run out of Region 2 only?
And I think that was just some of the division of responsibility. When you look at like certain functional areas, as I mentioned, like decommissioning would be moved, Region 1 out of Philadelphia handled decommissioning activities. Medical isotopes and material like that would be held out of a different region. It just happened to be that fuel facilities kind of fit, I guess, with some of the bulk of the activities we had with the concentration of the fuel cycle facilities. It made sense to actually move it to Atlanta. Geographically, most of them fall within Region 2, but there are that handful that do fall outside. But because there's not enough, it's not like the reactor sites where there's a lot of inspection activity to go on with the reactors. It makes sense to just coordinate it all into one local area.
Okay, thanks. All right, Michelle, let's turn it over to you for a question.
Okay.
Hello, Michelle.
Hey. Hey, Noel. Good to see you.
Thanks. Nice to see you too.
Thank you. Hey, from Oak Ridge. So yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. I was just thinking towards the end when you were talking about trends, and I'm so glad you addressed trends. One of the first things you talked about was accumulations. And I had this thought and wanted to see, your perspective. Are you, or is the MCNA team looking at, for a proposed schedule, maybe thinking about targeted inspections, maybe with operations or crit safety or something like that, if you're looking at types of things like accumulation trends?
Not detailed in a scheduling aspect right now. We have had certain circumstances where there may be an event or, contacted by the licensee about an event, and that coordination has happened where we've had to get people in there for, and I'll use a perfect example. One licensee happened to be that there was a security aspect, there's an operations aspect, there's a material control aspect, and a transportation aspect. So we've coordinated those. We haven't scheduled those together, but it's more of a response. to anything that's happened where that coordination kind of comes together.
To get that team. Yeah. I recall sometimes just by coincidence, maybe NCS was there along with MCNA and some of the things that we were looking at, like, the 350-gram limit in a space or something like that, we were both looking at. So in terms of accumulations, I was just thinking, is that something that you guys would, maybe more target something like that? Because I thought you were going more towards having teams go out on inspections together rather than just individual specialties?
Not with the MCNA. We haven't
No,
actually
okay.
coordinated other teams to go out with the MCNA folks yet. That may be
Okay.
something that we look at though, especially if we do see a trend that comes up that kind of flags something. Like in one aspect, we did have recently a licensee that an issue was identified during the crit safety inspection, and the MCNA personnel were notified to take a look at it. So it kind of worked backwards from there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. We have an individual participant with the name TN Ryan with their hand raised. You can go ahead and come off mute.
Everyone, this is Tom Hawley and the rest of the team at Nuclear Fuel Services. How are you?
Hey, Tom.
I'm doing pretty well. How you doing, Tom?
Good. Yeah, long time no see, Noel. I do have a question and it kind of builds on last year's conference and technical exchange when we talked about staffing and we talked about so many new people, and you've seen that in our staff with people that we brought on board. I would just wanted to maybe have you elaborate on or ask and challenge the NRC for us on the licensee side, not in the DOE complex, about training opportunities that we're trying to pursue. And if there is an initiative by the NRC to try to stand up more training, and then how we can work and get sponsored through other DOE training initiatives. So anything you can talk about globally that the agency might be doing to address that, and not only for your own staff, but also for licensees, I would appreciate that.
And I think that's good, and especially Maribel, take note on this. So this may be a perfect topic. I mean, we did. The pandemic really opened up a lot of things for us with the training aspect. And I know going through the initial qualification pipeline, I ran into other government employees that were at the same training programs. I ran into licensee personnel that were students at the courses and are instructors at the courses. So there's a lot of common ground for getting the exact same training. So this may be the perfect forum to almost have like a training exposition. Next time is have one that just talks about MCNA training and the opportunities for everybody, the agencies and the industry that may be able to benefit from this. The changing landscape, I really don't know where we're going on that as far as a lot of changes right now as far as like the federal government and in different agencies, organizations, and stuff like that. So we'll have to see where that actually goes. What opportunities are available to everybody.
Thanks, Noel. We have one more hand raised. It looks like G. Couture from Triso X.
Yeah, good afternoon, Noel. Jerry Kuchar with Triso X. And with the planned startups that'll be ongoing here, hopefully in the next 3 to 4 years, do you envision anything specific being outlined, like an inspection for an operational readiness review, or are you envisioning utilizing the existing inspection procedures for that? And what's your thoughts?
That's again, a lot of it's going to have to do with the technology and looking at what some of the established regs are right now. Is the process going to be similar to a process that the organization already experiences? So if it's just an expansion of a current facility, possibly, it would have to be evaluated. Is there a need for an ORR or not? If it's a brand new technology or a brand new stand-up of an organization, it's going to have to go and have a coordination between the inspection staff and headquarters to review. Is there a need for an ORR based on the lack of experience from that specific facility or that specific technology? So if it's drastically different, my viewpoint is, you're probably going to experience more ORR, and if people don't know, operational readiness review activity may be warranted at those facilities. But just an expansion, there's probably areas where you don't have to do ORRs. It just depends on the scope of that expansion, Jerry.
Thanks for the question, Jerry, and thanks for tolerating that I butchered your last name. I apologize. I'm told that we have to wrap up the questions. However, if more arise, please send them to us and we'll pass them to Noel. I know Noel will be happy to field them after the fact to get back.
Give it to me anytime.
Yeah.
I have a question for you as well, so I'll be sending it myself.
All right.
Thank you so much.
I think what we should try to do afterwards is any of the questions we get could be highlighted in the newsletter so that folks who couldn't catch the answer in real time will be able to see where the Q&A developed after the segments. So at this point, we're going to turn the tables over to DOE now. We have a presentation from Chris Tubbs. I think he does a pretty good job introducing himself. So without further ado.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Tubbs, and I am the Limited Notice Performance Testing Program Manager and the Material Control and Accountability Lead for EA20, the Office of Safeguards and Security Assessments. Firstly, I'd like to start with thanking everyone for their time and the opportunity to present. Secondly, I'd like to thank the team of professionals that I'm honored to work side by side with every day. Over the next 15 minutes or so, I'm going to discuss the material control and accountability trends that EA20 has observed over the last 3 years. I'd like to start with a little background for those who may be unfamiliar with enterprise assessments. EA20 has a pretty broad and challenging scope of work. We are tasked with evaluating implementation, compliance, and performance of safeguards and security across the Department of Energy complex. DOE has several critical emissions involving nuclear materials, from weapons production and non-proliferation activities in the National Nuclear Security Administration, environmental cleanup and management, reactor research, and national laboratories. Each of these missions has security requirements spanning multiple disciplines and topics in multiple DOE orders. EA20 maintains a documented process for conducting appraisal and assessment activities that is available online. If anyone is interested in learning more about EA20 processes, I encourage you to reach out or review the guide, which I've linked in this presentation for your convenience. EA20 primarily evaluates material control and accountability using LMPTs, which are limited notice performance tests, and multi-topic assessments, commonly referred to as MTAs. LMPTs are focused on performance in critical components of the S&S program, such as special nuclear material loss detection capabilities and essential elements. MTAs are a comprehensive assessment that evaluates all aspects of S&S programs, including the integration between disciplines. EA20 uses a graded approach for planning and conducting assessments where protection level 1 through facilities are the high value assets and high consequence facilities evaluated at higher frequency. Protection level 1 through 4 facilities store and process category 1 and 2 quantities of special nuclear material, and EA20 tries to conduct an MTA every 4 years in those facilities and supplements the off years with LMPTs. For category 3 and 4 and other accountable nuclear material facilities that are protection level 7, EA20 typically conducts assessment in response to an issue or at the request of a program office. We typically conduct 4 to 5 MTAs and 8 to 10 LMPTs per year, which provides a lot of data and insight for trending analysis. On an annual basis, EA20 consolidates that data and produces a periodic trending report. EA presents the information to the entire SNS community, and I strongly encourage anyone interested to reach out if you would like to be included on the distribution for future reports and training presentations. EA50 has responsibility for the National Training Center, and each office within EA communicates identified concerns, opportunities for improvement, and best practices to the NTC for incorporation into DOE training materials. On this slide, I want to do a little level setting and discuss the terminology that we use to report trending data, starting with best practices. A best practice is a safety or security technique, process, or program element that significantly improves safeguards and security. It is important to note that best practices must be transportable and have applicability for the larger SNS community. It's an important distinction to make because every program we assess has positive aspects and local practices that are noteworthy, but may not have broader applicability. A positive trend, simply put, is a noted improvement of previously identified concerns. A single adverse condition, which I'm glad to say I don't have any to report today, are significant concerns that warrant communication due to potential impacts on performance or risk. Although not a trend, single adverse conditions are communicated in an attempt to be proactive and allow SNS programs to incorporate into internal assessment activities and look for similar issues. A negative trend is an ongoing concern that we have identified at multiple sites across multiple assessment periods. And lastly, opportunities for improvement or OFIs are offered to the SNS community so contractor organizations and cognizant security personnel can evaluate potential benefits for local programs. I want to start with the positive trends and conclude this slide with one opportunity for improvement. The first positive trend relates to integration. In previous assessment periods, we noted that SNS programs can be highly compartmentalized and operate as individual silos of excellence. We have recently observed noted improvement in this arena, and we are seeing MC&A more involved with security planning, operations, performance assurance programs, and projects. Many sites are implementing committees to achieve integration, especially for project planning and issues management purposes. The second positive trend relates to measurement oversight. MC&A programs are often reliant upon external organizations for measurement capabilities. We have observed off-site laboratories, waste organizations, and destructive analysis laboratories that were operating without MC&A oversight, resulting in unapproved methods being used for accountability purposes. We also noted gaps, both good and bad, in quality assurance practices, which leads into the opportunity for improvement. For the opportunity for improvement, laboratory organizations often have performance assurance programs that are separate from SNS programs. We've seen that laboratory performance assurance activities can be a large source of data used to inform MC&A system effectiveness determination. What we've seen is laboratory self-assessments, training evaluations, sample exchange programs, and external audits for accreditations are not being incorporated into MC&A system effectiveness determinations, and this is very meaningful data. On this slide, I'm going to discuss negative trends starting with MC&A plans. As MC&A or SNS practitioners, we all can relate with the challenges of maintaining a program plan that aligns with current operations, especially during times of change. What we have observed includes significant aspects of implementation, such as process monitoring, hold-up monitoring, system effectiveness determinations that are documented in the plan, but not fully implemented. We've also observed MC&A plans that omit an entire program element, such as measurements. The second adverse trend is associated with tamper indicating devices. The TID program is commonly established through a combination of training, operating procedures, and a program plan. Frequently, we observe disconnects between the three sets of documents. As an example, the TID plan may describe when SILs are verified, and those requirements are captured in training, but not implemented into the operating procedures. We've also seen conflicting information between the three sets of documents. Lastly, for TID, procurement activities and associated controls to prevent vendors from duplicating are not always captured or adequately described. For processing MBAs, the first adverse trend is associated with inventory difference analysis. We commonly observe facilities that have implemented process monitoring activities, but do not calculate an inventory difference. The inventory reconciliation process does not compare beginning inventories, all additions against the ending inventory, and any removals. In multiple instances, we've seen unmeasured waste at time of inventory and holdup measurements that are conducted at frequencies that differ from the inventory. The last inventory trend is related to statistical sampling plans. In multiple instances, we observe statistical sampling plans that do not define a defect or the required response, which should include additional activities, consider taking an additional sample, or 100% item inventory. The other concern with statistical sampling we've seen is coupling items and measurements into a single sample, although the defect criteria for those two samples would be different. I want to conclude this slide by acknowledging that most sites we assess are in some phase of DOE Order 474.28 implementation, which is far more prescriptive than the previous order. A change in directives always has challenges, and most sites have conducted a thorough gap analysis and continue to maintain an effective MC&A program. I'm probably biased, but I think the MC&A community within DOE does an amazing job. I want to conclude the presentation by once again thanking everybody for their time and the opportunity to present. If you have any questions, please email me directly and I'll be sure to follow up. Once again, I look forward to those questions and any feedback you may have.
Well, we would like to thank Chris Tubbs for your presentation here. And any questions that you have for him or for Noel, please send it to us and we'll be sure to get it to them, as we are perfectly on schedule, and that's what we are trying to do, is make sure that we are maintaining the agenda so that you guys are all same timeline for the program. So we will be back here at 2 p.m. Eastern, and we'll see you then.
Hello, welcome back from the break. We don't want to take too much of your time since the presentations are pretty well timed and they're gonna take us right to the conclusion. So we are gonna hear right now from Catherine Ramsey about implementing automation of foreign obligations tracking at the Savannah River site.
Kathy Ramsey. I am the Nuclear Materials Management primary point of contact for the Savannah River site. That is just a long-winded way of saying that I manage the foreign obligations for the Savannah River site. And today I'm going to talk to you about a recent effort implementing automation of foreign obligations at the Savannah River site. Start by kind of setting up the problem statement for what we're trying to address here by discussing the 741 form. This is a standard NMMSS reporting form associated with transactions of movements of nuclear material between sites. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight here is that we have this section that gets all the shipper's receiver inventory data that talks about the actual items. And then this section up here is actually the obligations transfer section, which is separate from the items. There is a check on that to make sure that there's not more obligations than material if it's supposed to be a material shipment rather than an obligations transfer. But it doesn't tell you exactly which items are obligated, especially in cases of where there may be split obligations or a partially obligated shipment. And it is up to the facility and that site to actually make the determination of which items in that shipment should get which obligation affiliation. How do you do that? So obviously, if you receive a shipment and an item's obligated, the best practice is to ensure that the obligation remains with the originating item if at all possible. But then what happens when you have a large bulk process? We have 2 bulk processes currently operating at the Savannah River site that can potentially receive foreign obligated material, and this is a real problem for us from an accounting perspective. So there's these additional principles that we have for pool accounting. Of course, there's fungibility, which is incredibly important. So that's just like when you go to the bank and you deposit some money. When you go and make a withdrawal, they're not necessarily going to give you the same dollar bills with the same serial number. They're going to give you an equivalent quantity to what you deposited. And we can do the same thing with nuclear material if we can prove the equivalency. Now, when it comes to equivalency, of course, that's material of the same quality and same quantity, just like in the money scenario. And what that means is we're looking at isotopic composition, right? You're not going to call LEU and HEU equivalent, physical and chemical form, are you talking UF6, oxide, metal, but also its state, right? Is this something irradiated? Because fresh fuel versus irradiated fuel is also going to have different value, and we're trying to maintain consistent value if we're calling something equivalent. Now, if it is equivalent, you get the benefit of what is known as proportionality. So when you run a bulk process, everyone basically gets their share of the output. You put half in, you get half out, even if that's not the exact same gram value due to things like processing loss or measurement differences. Now, these processes at the Savannah River site that are bulk accounting processes are specifically disposition processes. Our first one that I'm going to discuss is the surplus plutonium disposition program, which basically you take one item of plutonium, you split it up into many smaller items and mix it with an adulterant so that it's suitable for disposal as a waste form. So from an accounting practice, you have one item becoming many little items that you need to balance on. Now, that's a little bit easier than our second process, which is when we're having one item produced by many inputs. So this is associated with our H. Kenyon facility. We call the current program the Accelerated Basin De-Inventory Program, and we're essentially taking large amounts of spent fuel, mixing them together, dissolving them, and processing a dissolved solution either for recovery or disposal. We've since ceased recovery, but we did recover some foreign obligated material in the past. But the accounting practice is the same. You have many little items that are making one large big item that you then have a single transfer, because the output from this process actually does go into one single tank. It really is one giant bulk item. And when you have hundreds of small items, which we're probably approaching thousands of small items or more at this point, is those tiny items becoming one large item becomes a really problematic issue for paperwork. This is our methodology for doing that, right? We review all the information of the items that we have on site that have introduced restrictions to the site, all that spent fuel, everything else. Create a listing of all items that are actually eligible for that process. Think of this as like end use declarations to make sure that it's actually eligible to be processed through that. Match all of the activities performed against that eligible list. So you're checking off all the items that you've actually processed. And when you add all those together, you're basically recreating what you did physically to create that physical listing where you can then compare this many obligations from this partner went in there, and you can figure out the balance of what should be in your bulk item. And we were doing this with what was really an Excel spreadsheet. It was very manual, referencing the physical batch plans, and it was extremely time consuming. That wasn't really going to work very well with the increased processing rate of the facility. Now, one thing we do have that we weren't utilizing very well is our local area network accountability system. Landmass is implemented at the Savannah River site, and this is a very powerful network-based software that runs via a client-server configuration to assist in performing accountability for the site. So the platform provides a core accountability system in the client that does your item level facility inventory, and it's transaction based. So if something happens to that item, it is moved, it is split, it is mixed, it is decayed, a transaction is created in the accountability software by the MC&A custodian, and you can actually see those changes, and they are logged with a full audit trail of who performed that transaction, when it was performed. You can see what materials were involved in that transaction. If two things were mixed together, you can see the two things that were mixed together, as well as the final product item of what came out. It is also very customizable. One thing I will say is the technology I'm talking about today is not actually implemented inside the landmass framework, unfortunately. I know a lot of people would have been very interested in that, but that is not how we're operating currently. But one thing in this standard implementation is it does use pooled accounting for foreign obligations. So it doesn't actually associate those obligations with physical items in how it operates as the standard load. So we needed to look and figure out a way to actually build that association to be able to use these transactions to see what materials went into our bulk process. And you can see there how it kind of tracks those materials. It has records for each materials, and then it has elements associated with that material, which there can be more than one, as well as isotopes that are then associated with both the element and the material. So that has an actual ID that functions almost like a social security number to help you identify the material in question. And use that to initiate our database. So we already had a database structure that we use to produce our nuclear material inventory assessment every year, which is one of the requirements of DOE Order 410.2. And part of that is we were already required to report on item level use restrictions, including foreign obligations. So we actually already had a platform that was tied to that index that's in the landmass that already had what items we believe to be foreign obligated. And then we used additional landmass transactions like 741 forms for new receipts that we receive to identify additional items as they enter our facility. We then also give them some specific designations to coordinate to the restriction and additional self-identified fields for us to manage the material inventory. So the group number is going to have all your form information, all those things for you to be able to figure out equivalency. Our description is going to talk about why this is obligated, where it came from, what the history is. Is this from a shipment? Is this from a substitution? You can see the example there actually has 4 pretend items. You can see they have a group assignment that actually maps back to a separate table that gives you more detail. You can see the description. This is saying it was received in FY15 from a foreign entity, the RVIS. And then our disposition field, that basically tells us what the planned use is for the material. That again ties back to another table. And then you have your country code and then your quantity of obligation for that material. So this information is then pulled into our new restricted use processing database that actually does the balance for these bulk items. Here's how the automated tracking works. So you import those current items with their restrictions, and they get split up into tables by that summary material type code. So we have a list of DU, we have a list of NU, we have a list of EU, a list of plutonium, a list of thorium. All of them are kept as kind of separate balances because each material can have more than one material type. That's very common, especially when it comes to spent fuel. These then are sorted and separated based on that disposition program, which is going to tell us which bulk item it's likely to be associated with and how we can track that appropriately. It does also compare the latest inventory to whatever the last load is to identify what we're calling past items. Past items are items that were in inventory but have been processed, and we need to keep a log of how much obligation they have contributed to our bulk item so we can perform our accurate accounting practices. And what it does is it goes through and it looks at the last transaction associated with that material, which is usually when it's mixed into our bulk item or process, to ensure that we're not inadvertently applying something like decay to a measurement difference, and that we can really see all of those individual transactions and verify that it really did go where we think it went, and perform that kind of manual verification that yes, this was actually dissolved in H Canyon, which is what we were intended and is the approved end use. We can also look at things like split and mix activities to do inheritance. So think about that surplus plutonium disposition program. If we have these 12 cans that were created from one, we can see when it was split off from that originating item and ensure that it inherits that obligation that its parent item had. These then past items store the obligations in the material amounts and activity dates, and we can kind of see everything that would go into predicting future transactions. So we can see what is actually in our system at any point in time to be able to run that, to prepare the paperwork, for example, for a transfer out of material. So we can see this is how much we have, you estimate how much you want to ship out, and you could perform your proportionality at that time with all the information at your fingertips. We can also generate a bunch of other reports that are frequently requested for us, like how much material is associated with each end use, what's been processed, what we're looking at processing, everything that we have, shipments, receipts, all those reconciliation details that are requested can now be produced much faster and more efficiently than they really could before. Now, how do these NMMS transactions actually happen? So as I mentioned, it doesn't directly communicate back to LAMS. It only has read-only access. So we're still issuing memos of, hey, here's the information that we have. You said you're preparing to do a transfer. Here's what items are impacted by that and what the obligation quantities are associated with that. So it can go directly on that 741 for an example. And then this allows us to actually put them on the transactions as they occur and eliminated some of the past issues that we had with needing to perform corrections to 741s or things like that to enable much better NMMS reporting and much more prompt reporting for them to notify foreign partners of our activities. And these transactions are designed to look different. This is something we worked with NNSA on to ensure that when they see the NMMS transaction, they know exactly how that should be reported in those consolidated 1, 2, 3 agreement reports that they send to the foreign partners. And then they don't need to contact us to understand what that transaction meant, what program it was associated with, or anything like that. It maps automatically for them to their prior approved activities listing for our site. Now, some of the limitations I think are important to talk about. As I said, none of this stuff, while we're automatically pulling these quantities, we're automatically pulling these activities, none of the actual assignments themselves are automatic. So, for example, with a 741, it will identify these items were on this shipment had these obligations, but someone still needs to go and manually perform that split of which items get which tag. We do have a script that we have written that will solve the subset sum problem to try and determine if there is a way to split the items to actually be able to meet those quantities, but it is not always successful, just due to the fact of lots are different sizes and don't necessarily match the exact quantities of the items you're producing. And unfortunately, sometimes you end up with a partially obligated item. Now, I will say our bulk processes are hard-coded. This is not something that is infinitely flexible of like it just assumes anything's a bulk process. We do have that hard-coded, and part of that is for that additional verification step to ensure that our only things that we are crediting as bulk processes are actually behaving that way, and we're not doing something funky with laboratory samples that would be inappropriate. It also does not directly perform any calculations, so it's not going to do your proportionality for you and just spit out a magical number of this is your exact obligation for that when you input a quantity. It's not at that point, but it does give you all the information you need to perform those calculations appropriately. And then, of course, it does require human verification. We have noticed some idiosyncrasies associated with transaction corrections. So if someone does a transaction and then they need to issue a correction because they're human, right? So sometimes we'll double count things because it sees something dissolved twice and we have to go and manually fix it. So we are working through some of the software quality assurance items associated with that to get it more reliable. But at this time, we're really still supervising this heavily, but we're very optimistic that we can get it operating more reliably to reduce that additional checking burden. So in summary, we went through and we identified all of our items based on our notice to industry and previous shipments. We incorporated that into our database for additional tracking. And then we use queries associated with LAMS and our accountability system to monitor the life cycle of those materials to be able to pre-populate these lists of activities that are happening with these foreign obligated items so that it's less labor intensive for us to track those processes. We're using that by specific inventory change type codes that we have, so you can see if something was a split versus a mix versus a decay and what that actual activity was to be able to ensure that it really is appropriate and matching the process that you are expecting. And then of course, this allows us to kind of auto-generate some of those tables and reports with that categorized data instead of having to go through everything manually. Wanted to end by offering my contact information. I don't know how much time we will have for questions, so I wanted to ensure that anyone that has any questions or comments can feel free to reach out to me. I did also want to make a quick acknowledgement of the SRNS Nuclear Materials Control and Accountability Team. None of this work would have been possible without their diligence in the nuclear material accountability for the Savannah River site, as well as their maintenance of the landmass software. And with that, I thank you very much for listening, and I hope I get the opportunity to answer any questions that you have.
So as of now, I know that Mirabelle has actually, we have gotten some questions and she's already coordinated to get some of the answers. So I'm going to let her address some of those.
Yeah, so like as Kathy said, submit your questions. She looks forward to getting back to you. I received a question that actually went back to Noel's presentation, and actually two questions kind of in this camp asking about if industry is able to take advantage of the trainings that NRC or DOE offer. And from the NRC side, there is no mechanism for that at this time. As Noel indicated, we've been utilizing the DOE NTC as a way to, check the box for training requirements. So I think there is a general email for DOE NTC. We'll make sure to include that in any communications about this event to give you the information. It is publicly available, but there is an opportunity for licensed facilities by NRC to reach out to the DOE NTC and request virtual access to the library and take advantage of some of the MCNA training available on the NTC site.
We could point you in the right direction,
Yeah,
for sure.
All right, so we have another presentation lined up, right?
Yes. So first, I would like to thank Kathy so much for your insights into SRS's automation and implementation to increase the foreign obligation tracking. It really displayed to us how much you are really looking into all the possibilities with everything you currently already have and how to better enhance optimize what you already have while also looking into outside just to enhance the accuracy and effectiveness of tracking your foreign obligations. So, and I would also, once again, for everybody's awareness, if you're not with us on Monday, Kathy was, huge congratulations to Kathy Ramsey for receiving one of our individual recognitions for this year, as your contributions are truly appreciated within the nuclear community. So within this session, we look forward to hearing from Jeff Allender, who will provide some insights into the tracking of foreign transfers and return related to plutonium. But additionally, within this session, we would like to take some of this time to, after Jeff Allender's, to have one of our NMMSS analysts, Mitch Himbry, provide to the participants another NMMS reporting case study.
A bonus case study.
Case study. That's great. This case study will address NMMS reconciliation and how you can determine that your books are reconciled. Awesome. So with that, I guess we'll turn it over to Jeff. So thank you.
Today I want to talk a little bit about the tracking of U.S. origin plutonium that has been transferred to other countries and the use of NMMS historical data to let us do the job. I apologize slightly for how this video works in the corner of the slides because as I recorded, the camera's up at the top of the screen and the slides I'm looking at are down below, so I apologize if I'm not looking you in the eye. First of all, NMMS is the U.S. system of record for nuclear materials inventory tracking, which I doubt if anybody in this audience is unaware of that. NMMS stands for Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguard System, so nuclear materials management is a major part of its use, as well as the MC&A function. It's transaction-based, so it contains site-to-site and facility-to-facility transfers, ownership changes, corrections, decay, etc., and it's been running from the 1950s until today. And I want to give a shout out to NMMS people who've been particularly helpful in the plutonium tracking business, namely Elaine Beacom, Marcos Crabtree, Ali, and of course Pete DeSalis. One example of the policy and program support that has been the evaluation of U.S. origin plutonium that was provided to other countries, its status and future implications for potential returns to the U.S. or for further agreements for utilization of the material. Within NNSA, the Office of Material Management and Minimization evaluated transfers overseas, mostly related to Atoms for Peace. Many of the details came from the 1960s and 1970s. And then with assistance for the other nations to figure out what happened once it reached them, we tracked the progress and status. NMMS has provided quite a bit of information over the years related to plutonium management. I just put a list of things, each one of which can probably be worth a talk at one of these meetings at some time in the future, but it includes surplus plutonium reconciliation, talking about everything, including the foreign work, the surplus fissile material baseline, and other work related to verification of disposition progress. The United States Government Accountability Office several times recommended the DOE complete an inventory of U.S. origin nuclear material overseas, including separated plutonium. The totals were summarized in the public document Plutonium the First 50 Years, so we at least had a baseline through that time on what may be available, so we didn't have to worry about details of sensitivity. In 2016, M3 completed a desk study using the NMMS transaction history, and then it worked directly with major receiving nations to evaluate the current status of the material, and it was also supporting global threat reduction initiative for future removal and disposition activities. Similar studies were performed for highly enriched uranium. Here's where I give a shout out to the key players in the study. It'll be led by Natraj Iyer with Tim Alcott and Jessica Lillo. I played a minor role in some of the early days, but have done more in using the material afterwards. U.S. exported about 1 1/3 metric tons of separated plutonium to other countries as part of the Atoms for Peace program and commercial transactions between NRC licensees and their co-workers overseas. And about 2/3 of that was exported directly by DOE AEC, and the other third was exported from private U.S. companies, but largely this was plutonium that was reprocessed from fast reactor development materials, where the fast reactor was fueled with U.S. origin uranium.
Okay,
most
folks,
of the
if you're
material
wondering, it's
provided
not
by
just you.
DOE and AEC before it
We're back
came
online. Okay.
from Hanford Reservation, and from commercial sites came from the West Valley reprocessing facility when it was operating, and the foreign sites, there were a couple of reprocessing plants in Europe in particular, and some of that may have been retransferred to a different foreign country or may have been sent back to the US and then exported. A typical fuel cycle for how this material was used overseas or in the United States was we had started with uranium and went through a reactor, came out and spent fuel, it was reprocessed, uranium was removed and separated from the plutonium, which may have gone into fuel fabrication, generally with addition of other uranium, and the resulting mix was uranium and plutonium, which may have been then used again for fueling another reactor cycle. This chart from plutonium the first 50 years shows which countries were shipped, where plutonium was shipped as plutonium overseas, and again it includes mutual defense agreements and the totals, but this is where it starts getting dicey when you talk about plutonium that was produced from U.S. origin uranium. You notice that by far the biggest recipient of U.S. origin plutonium was Germany for its purposes of its then vibrant processing and fast reactor development, and the second largest receiver was Japan. Plutonium that was received back in the U.S. from overseas from agreements for cooperation are shown in this chart, which has a lot fewer countries return material, and that's one of the reasons why we evaluated whether there may be a future liability or agreement that the United States would return it. But the largest contributor to receipts into the U.S. was Canada, which is separate from some of these fast reactor development programs. So what did the Office of Material Management and Minimization do as part of its study? There also, NA23 as its org code, was to support the Office of Fissile Material Removal and Global Threat Reduction Initiative in its later days. Included electronic and physical evaluation of records, looked at removals, returns, and retransfers from one facility to another within a country or related to joint fuel cycle development, such as Euratom and predecessor R&D and irradiation for fuel cycle and fast reactor development. About 0.3 metric tons of separated plutonium was returned to U.S. under GITRI, also known as the GAP program, and is planned for disposition at Savannah River site. And these are the countries from which GAP receipts have been received. This slide gives the results is that we exported 1,340 kilograms from the U.S. or from plutonium produced overseas from U.S. origin uranium, retransfers into different countries from other countries who were on the list. Out material was returns to the U.S., retransfers out of the country, irradiated and decayed, and other losses. And about 700 kgs remains in the countries. And there's a bit of uncertainty because in many cases, some of these international programs, such as Euratom, may not have specified or considered sensitive how much of a a reactor charge or reprocessing charge may have been made up of U.S. material versus another country's material. This slide largely shows the basic things about what happens when we try to track things using just NMMS data, but it should be understood that some of the countries, say 2 European nations, may not report to NMMS on what their retransfers are. But generally, a country has a 3-letter reporting inventory site code, and facilities within that country, which are helpful in tracking the materials, generally have a 4-letter code. We did as much as we could using the NMMS transaction data before we went over and looked at some of the logbooks overseas, and what we got was information that included exports of about 56,000 records, in a file, 99,000 imports, and a limited number of retransfers because quite often those were not reported to NMMS. And this slide gives some of the information, and it was fun trying to figure out some of the obsolete RIS codes because some of the shipping and receiving facilities are no longer in existence, and you won't find them in the current NMMS RIS directory. Our activities after we started with NMMS was we went and did site visits to the national MC&A repositories overseas. And some countries have tracking systems similar to NMMS, but often available are some faded paper copies of internal records and 741 forms and shipper-receiver agreements. And we were not granted unrestricted access because some of the binders in which some of these paper copies were stored had information that was considered sensitive between that country we were visiting and a different country. But also at the same time, some of the material was returned to the US from a nation different from the original recipient. Essentially, it's impossible to do a study like this that goes back to the 60s and 70s and reconcile inventory records to the gram level, realizing it was sometimes difficult to predict the first charge of a fast reactor and how much plutonium would be produced from uranium. It's difficult to allocate sometimes between multiple countries of origin. Measurements are subject to limits of error. They may have operated reprocessing facilities or that may remain in spent fuel. We still return foreign research reactor fuels to the US, and there's definite confirming information that I cannot confirm or deny from some of the scientific literature, especially for fast reactor, and you get largely the same answer looking at some things produced by non-government organizations. In conclusion, we tried to identify the current locations and forms and amounts of U.S. exported separated plutonium that remains overseas. Some transfers are outside the formal scope here, but it may be relevant to future efforts to prioritize plutonium inventories for removal from the countries and for disposition. Bilateral international agreements can talk about what's encumbered or under foreign obligations, and you have to be careful to understand how the agreements may have evolved over time. And thank you.
My name is Mitch Embry. We will now review a reconciliation case study. How do you determine if a facility's books are reconciled? All 741s submitted to NMMS in the reconciliation time period should equal all changes on the MBR and will be reflected on the PIL. For reconciliation, NMMS generates inventories and material balances from 741s, called book balances. Facilities report MBRs and a PIL. The total 899 lines for each material type on the pill must match the ending balances for each material type of the sum of material balance categories 80 and 81 on the MBR. The NMMS generated balance for inventory and material balance must match what was reported by the facility. If all matches, the facility is reconciled with NMMS. So, our big question for this presentation, is XT1 reconciled? To determine this, we need to compile the NMMS generated books by taking beginning inventories and applying 741s that were submitted in the year of interest, which were reported in exercises 1 through 3. Based off of XT1's PIL and MBR from exercises 4 and 5, do all of the numbers match? Are there differences? Actually, yes there are. We are going to use a reconciliation worksheet to resolve material and obligation differences between the NMMS generated inventory based off of 741s and the COEI, the facility reported inventory. The goal in this worksheet is to make necessary changes to resolve the two differences columns to 0. Based on the activities performed in exercises 1 through 5, what happened? Highlighted in red are the differences that need to be resolved. For the materials, enriched uranium has differences for both the element and isotope weights, and normal uranium for the element weight. For foreign obligations, there is a discrepancy with regard to enriched uranium. Let us fix these issues and get reconciled. Determine why XT1 is not reconciled for enriched uranium. When describing enriched uranium events that occurred in preparation of the MBR, as you see here, the statement circled in blue was made. In this presentation, did we report an XT1 741 for the shipment? Whoops, no we did not. So let us report a 741 to reflect this shipment. Following the process from exercises 1 through 3, define the unique event, the series. The shipper risk is NIT and receiver risk is XT1. Transaction number is 1. The process code is A, first time document is being sent to NMMS. Action code B, representing receiver accepting shipper's values. Next, we provide number of lines as 1 and the activity date, which is 7/30/2024. Now to the details section of the 741. The line number is 1. The batch name is NIT 1212. Remember, the batch name is required for imports and exports, but is optional for other cases. The material type is 20, the comp code for hexafluoride product is 103, and the material is non-DOE owned code J. Finally, the quantities will be 2,000 grams element weight and 160 grams isotope weight. The isotope weight percent calculates to 8%. So, how does this impact our reconciliation worksheet? We applied the corrective action of issuing the missing 741, where additional enriched uranium was received at XT1, to the first two columns, summed the columns for enriched uranium, and once again compared that to the physical inventory, where there is now no longer a discrepancy. But all is not reconciled since there are more differences on the worksheet. Is enriched uranium for XT1 completely reconciled now? Not yet. What about foreign obligations? In review, which of the three NMMS reporting forms contain obligations information? The physical inventory listing does not contain obligations information, but the other two reports do. We need to review both NMMS forms for XT1 where enriched uranium obligations are reported. Is there any forms that need to be modified to reflect XT1 having obligations? We see from exercise 3 that XT1 received Canada Euratom obligations, code 92, from RGOT for enriched uranium, which is material type EG. Were these received obligations reflected on the other report that shows obligations, the material balance report? Here is page 1 of the enriched uranium material balance report for XT1. We need to look at page 2 to see cumulative foreign obligations as of the ending of the material balance period, the time of physical inventory. And guess what? There are no foreign obligations reported on the enriched uranium material balance report for XT1. We need to resubmit the NBR report for enriched uranium to include a line in Section B for Material Balance Category 92, Canada Euratom Obligation Code, and an element weight of 100 and isotope weight of 8. How does this resubmitted material balance report impact our worksheet? For the associated obligations NBR columns, we applied the quantities we added to the NBR and summed the columns. There are no longer any differences, and XT1 is reconciled for enriched uranium. Yay! But all is not complete. There is still a difference with normal uranium. To determine why XT1 is still not reconciled for normal uranium, we will review XT1's 741s and compare to the correlating material balance categories on the NBR. Do they all match up? We find that there is an entry for receipts miscellaneous on the NBR that has no associated Form 741 reporting this one-party receipt. We need to report the missing miscellaneous receipt to NMMS. Once again, following the process from exercises 1 through 3 to find the unique event, the series. The shipper and receiver is RIS XT1. Transaction number is 2. The process code is A. First time document is being sent to NMMS. Action code M, representing a one-party 741. Next, we provide number of lines as 1 and the activity date, which is 7/28/2024. Now to the details section of the 741. The line number is 1. The type of inventory change is 34, representing miscellaneous receipt. The material type is 81. The comp code for a sample is 771, and the material is non-DOE owned code J. Finally, the quantity will be 2 kilograms element weight. How does this 741 submission to NMMS affect our XT1 worksheet? After adding a corrective action of +2 to reflect the miscellaneous receipt in the book inventory column, we see that there is now no differences for normal uranium for XT1. Congratulations, XT1 has been reconciled with NMMS. In this presentation, we experienced the process of reporting transactions, physical inventory listings, and material balance report information to NMMS. We discovered that all does not necessarily proceed as planned, and working through NMMS reconciliation is a solid process for identifying and resolving discrepancies.
Well, thank you all so much for joining us on the third day of the 2025 NMMS Technical Exchange event. We hope you all found this event, even in this virtual platform, to be valuable in supporting your efforts and execution within the nuclear material accountancy world. I have Loida here, and if there's anything that you'd want to say to the community and any message that you'd want to get across with this event.
Well, I'm really looking forward to going back and studying the videos. So I just know that there was a lot of information presented, and I really appreciate all of our presenters. But there's definitely a lot to learn,
Yes,
and a lot of content and detail that just really looking forward to digging into. You know, now that all of you have provided that feedback, and a shout out to some of our European friends. I see some of the names up there, and I know it's almost 10 at night. So thank you very much for staying with us, and but to everybody and their continued support of the work that we do. So.
and as you said, to go back and review everything that's been covered. As a reminder, we will have YouTube access that you'll be able to re-review. So take your time and really be able to take in because this is a lot of content put together, and we couldn't do it without everybody here. So thank you to everyone, and also for the presenters. Also, not just providing this, but being on standby to answer all the questions that we're getting, because yes, we're getting the answers in real time. So thank you to all We look forward to resuming the last and final day of the event tomorrow morning, where once again you'll have that opportunity to test your audio visual connection at 10:30 to 11 a.m. Eastern time. Tomorrow will be a little change where it'll be very NMMS reporting specific cases. There's been a lot of sprinkled NMMS case studies throughout that have been very specific cases of filling it out, but tomorrow morning we'll have more of that fundamental for those of you that are kind of newer, for you, and a refresher. And we all need refreshers sometimes. So you will have that opportunity. And then we'll be closing the general event prior to the lunch break. And then after the lunch break, we will have some targeted NMMS reporting trainings opportunities. This will include the usage of the fillable forms that we are very excited about. And then for those who are reporting under Infrastructure 366, we will have the opportunity for the small quantity protocol reporting. So please join in if that applies to you, as well as an overview of a NMMS overview of NRC MCNA inspectors. So, we will start once again promptly at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and we look forward to seeing you then.
Great, thank you. Yay.
you.